Hello, Lolo. How are you? I hope you're doing well. If you're watching on YouTube and catch us live at twitch.tv/TrucksFancy. And if you are watching on YouTube and you'd like to see maybe a like, maybe dislike, maybe a like, maybe a comment, a subscribe, and if secret, please leave a dislike and tell me why. And otherwise, you are having a wonderful day. Bleh. I am a little migraine this evening. I'm sorry. Check. Alright, you good. Wow. Alright, I'm gonna turn the music off and get the game up and rolling. I'm just gonna do Hytale again tonight. It's easy. I just kind of want to be able to build. A second, as soon as doing something. Tea. Honey. Alright. He's doing things he's not supposed to. So, because his tummy's not feeling well and he's just... we'll work on it. Alright. I'm gonna have to keep eating around for him. Because he's feeling naughty. I don't completely blame him. He's probably feeling hungry because he kind of threw up his food. But I can't give him more, at least not yet, because I don't want him to just throw that up. I did give him something he can have in the meantime. To be clear, I just didn't give him what he wants. But I will know at least. In fact, he's probably having it now, what he has. Some stuff he likes. It's just not what he wants. Alright, so this is where we left off. I am pretty happy with how it's come out. Needs a little overgrown, I'll acknowledge it. Why did you spawn in? Don't break my stuff. Yep. No breaky my stuff. Alright, things I need to do. One, I need to make more trees for growing for the purpose of harvesting, because obviously these are here for decorational purposes. But I need some that are for, building. So I am going to go ahead and go sleep. Yeah, we'll just go over here. Alright. Yeah. Even when I miss, I didn't miss. Occasionally. Usually I just miss. He's being goose. Alright, oh yeah, we can actually look at the map now, and because I meant to do that last time, I just was finishing. I probably will bring in more trees back here. I can see where I could put some in. To fill it in more at that point. Um... I mean, yeah, even more if it's just filled in now, and it looks really good. But I do, in fact, need more trees. I suppose the question also becomes, what do we want to work on today? We have so many things. I mean, I'd like to work on buildings more. I kind of would like to get most of these kind of finished filling in. Although I guess this is all road stuff. Yeah. I guess they're also just kind of filling in where buildings will go. Well, actually, no, because I need to grow a tree. I don't know. I'll think about it. I mean, I am thinking about it, but I'll think harder about it. Hi, buddy. What you doing? Nikki? Did you not find what I gave you? Or did you? You're here to say they could give you more. You don't need mine. You let your tummy settle. Way too much. Honey. Honey. I do see you. Do you think you're invisible? What am I saying? You must. I got so distracted by him, I didn't actually get what I was gonna get first, foremost. No, do that. Oh, Kitty, no. I love you, but no. You are very soft. I shan't deny this. Alright. Make 8 of these because I'm gonna need them. Yeah, where did the fox go? it despawned. Or do you think it just moved over here? No, it's moved now. Despawned finally. It's because there were so many that it probably hit the cat. So, you know, in the area I'm not planning to work in, I'll plant a few of these. Like right now planning to work in specifically. We'll do half of them. Actually, I want to move this one to... I can't see! Kitty, please! No, don't steal those. I can't see. What are you doing? No. I had to adjust where that was. I hope I adjusted it enough, but I cannot see. He's very determined. Alright. Thief. Yes, you, thief. Alright. I've lost sight of my hotbar, by the way, guys, in case you're curious. Can't do anything. I need these. Yeah, I already have some. Can I just capture these like this? I think I needed a couple of those. I can't remember. Off he goes. Go scam one of my siblings. Who will not be scammed. Alright, definitely kind of gives a much more interesting kind of vibe to that now. I do like that. Okay. Like I said, I'm pretty sure I had some of these. Yep. Ironically, this kind of becomes much less, I put it, it stops feeling quite so, like fantasy, and kind of turns more into other stuff here. We can see how the house is going to be shaped when it's ready. You kind of wish we could just have tree fertilizer. That would be nice. I suppose technically no, I shouldn't do that because that should be that. Yeah. And then actually, since I've done this like this, yeah, because then that comes up to I guess technically it can come all the way up to the side even. And have a little something in the middle. Um, so technically if I do that, it's just 2 in. It doesn't really make sense. Well, I suppose the whole thing kind of doesn't. And then you just fill it in. And then this is a building. And then that would feel probably a little bit nicer. Alright. Yeah, yeah. There's a zillion of you. And for now, we'll do that as well, because we're just kind of focusing on trying to get some of the road done. More than anything else. I'm not going back to buildings and things at the moment. So I'm trying to let trees grow, because I kind of need them. And I don't want to cut these because it took careful placing to be sure where I could put these, and then I'm gonna need to figure out where to put even more later, but yeah. Mm-hmm. Do. And boop. There we go. I do think I will do the same thing here. It feels a little weird, but at the same time, I kind of think it's not bad. Actually. I mean, it's slowly getting there. Alright. If we do that like that... Hello, Chris. How are you? I hope you're doing well. Happy 4th of July. May wherever you are not have any fireworks. Well, I don't mean like official. I mean like unofficial fireworks, if you will. You know what I mean. Been listening to that all evening. Very funny. Yeah, I'm not saying. Although I do hope you're having a good day. Go finish that. I'm almost done with... My day was okay. Luna did not believe that I should ever get any sleep. So that took a lot out of me. But that's a very specific thing. I mostly just chilled. I effectively attempted to you will rest. Despite Kitty does not believe that I should rest. Yeah. It's very against that idea. I do actually have more. I forgot. Cool. I can build. I can build! Ha! Excuse-moi. Yes, I do see you. See, he's not feeling happy because he threw up earlier and he threw up all his food, right? But I can't give him more food. At least, not like a lot. I did give him a little before stream. Because I wanted to make sure he had something, because his tummy was now empty, but he's not happy with it. He doesn't want it. He wants some. Nice. Fair enough. Yeah, I see that. I do see that. Mm-hmm. Alright. I'm gonna aim to finish all the buildings today. All of these buildings. Oh yeah. Have you would you like to see how the completed dungeon looks, Chris? Well, it's 90% completed. I need to put some water in, but other than that. Here. This is the starting area. It's meant to be a training dungeon, basically, or basically a dummy. The idea would be that monsters do spawn, but that they are usually kept cleared out. And then basically you'd have like sort of... Otherwise you're not going to allow it to be in town, but... But everyone designs things that would be more like a full... The idea is it would have been cleared out a long time ago, with the original like being cleared out. I don't even know go in here. It's basic, but I do like how it came out, honestly. It came out actually feeling decently dungeony, even though it only has, like, a bare minimum. The idea is kind of along the lines of just... It was at one point an actual dungeon that was cleared out, and that the Adventurers Guild now uses it in part to test people. Mostly just, though, to kind of give a good, like, rundown of, like, how, like, what a dungeon might feel like. But a very basic one. Very simple. Because obviously it's a very simple one, because it's a town. Can't have anything too fancy. Alright. But honestly, the whole town is kind of starting to come together. You can see here on the map, the only a few areas need to be, like, grassed over or anything. The flattening is almost completely complete. I'm pretty happy with that. I think I did that wrong. And then as far as buildings go, obviously I need to build the resident boards house, right? The manor. I just gotta have to build these houses and these houses. But honestly, other than that, and then I start working on the stuff at the top. But for as far as like actually within, that'll be it. I've wait. Gloosh. There we go. I guess there's lots of little shop buildings. I mean, obviously it's still a single player world, but if you wanted to imagine where you could put a shop, we've got several shops over here. That would probably be some form of farming kind of store. Oh yeah, it's below my feet. I was like, where's the box guy? Yeah. These are all shops. This is a little gardening shop. These shops all haven't got anything specific to them. They're all nice. And then these shops also have the benefit of they have housing on top. For most of them, you have a nice little house on the top. Very cool. I mean, yeah, I did, to be honest, design it that way. You've got a little tavern right here. Really more of a pub. General store. Riches right there. You know, this, you could tell this is much more of the financial, well, not really the financial, but basically the business side of the town. Or at least at one point was more along that way. You still got where a lot of people end up kind of coming in. Nice. Honestly, I mean, as a design kind of thing, I just wanted to design something that felt very much like a town in a lot of ways. Like, you could see where, like, you'd have the hustle and bustle of the market. Adventures go. I need to fill the inside of the buildings, to be honest. Those are where I'm at this point. Got a little guards tower here. Problem is I haven't filled anything in. But I will. I will. I just haven't gotten to that point yet. From the outside, you really is starting to feel more alive. And I do like that that's kind of coming around. Especially since, like, let's be real, the Minecraft city never really felt like it was gonna have people in it. I tried. But I overall feel I could break down where and how, but I just didn't get the same feeling. Yep. I don't even have, like, anything on the inside. It's just like I don't know why, to be honest. I would go there. I don't know why it's so much easier, I would say. It doesn't make it feel like someone might actually live. But actually, no, I do. I do. It's because of the atmosphere the game kind of has, right? weirdly enough. Despite Minecraft wanting to aim towards multiplayer, like the colors, the choices, it doesn't feel... It's very difficult to make something feel like it's actually having being lived in. As I say here, honestly, having roofs, having various types of windows and things, I think really helps sell that kind of feeling in such a nice way. Like having a wooden frame in a window does so much. I think. And I mean, the things that don't fit Minecraft, and I would go there. And I like to say I wish they would add these things necessarily, completely. Though I will say, if they're going to copy anyway, you know, they should have picked up some of those other features instead of just snagging a biome. That's it. In a weird way, but it's... But, yeah. Effectively making it not fit. You know? There's things I could see, like, copying or adding. The orange biome, I still am left with, I feel like it's very strange, you know? Of a choice for them to... So I was thinking back as well, like, because we've had several of the biome mods, and having that orange grass isn't really a mod, like, in many of the mods in that way. It's typically still green grass. You know? Or if it has some various colored grasses, it's not like, because it's like intense biome tinting. Mind you, I've said it before, I'll say it again, I don't think it's necessarily... Well, I do kind of think it's kind of I think it's scummy. I think it's a more desperate feeling. But I guess we now know why. If you think about it. Can't feel good knowing that Xbox is discussing selling many other studios, including potentially. But at the same time, I do kind of go with, like I said, I feel... I would have just looked at it and thought of the mods if it wasn't everything together. I think that's where I end up going. And I just thought, oh, you know, they've got like a zillion autumn mods. You've seen the snapshots for the next update, right, Chris? Red bush. Orange, yellow, and red tree. And very similar, like orange grass. Look at the grass. Bouncy mushrooms. Well, I don't have one in here. I have one up there. Abandoned campsite. I'm just like, all these things together. And they started in January. That's when they started this update. I still go with, I don't believe for 1 second that this was 100% original. I don't think it was taken out of the mods either. Like, I could understand that. I just find it weird. You know? Yeah, I can show over here. They can remove the chest, but abandoned campsite of one of the many various types, of which each biome has its own unique ones. Hi. Yeah, no, we even have a chest here. It usually has a bunch of beginner items. It's weird. You can't deny it's weird. You go, no, just a bit. Realistically. Like, especially, you know what? You know why I think they probably actually are copying? Is oftentimes what the one will accuse someone else of, typically is what turns out they do themselves, right? And you had several of the developers definitely accuse Hytale effectively of not being original enough to its own game, despite the fact that it's just literally like version 1. And having many things that Minecraft simply does not have, and many mods do not add either. And again, I'm not going to 100% say it's a bad thing to want to have similar things, right? Or realize, oh, that's cool, people like that. But, like, the more I see of it, the more I'm just kind of left with, it very much feels like they basically had no idea for what they wanted to do, so they just copied. And we're like, yeah, people will like that. And essentially making what will be the big update of the year, effectively, if you think about it, just copying some other game. Which I think that's where I feel like that's just kind of, I don't know. Every time I think about it, every time I look at it, I really do find myself thinking that it's just of all the choices, and that's really where I go. Less like just, but all the choices that you could find from Minecraft that or they're from Hytale that has interesting things to it. To pick things that are just kind of. Yeah, it just feels awkward. Yeah, it's getting more than anything else. Did I build this road? I guess I did. Well, whatever. I don't know. And the thing is, there's so many things that they could have done instead that I feel like would have been more interesting too. Or, if they're going to do that, they should have spread it out over the course of several updates. Having an update with bouncy mushrooms, that's nothing crazy. Having an update with abandoned campsite, whatever. Having an autumn biome, yeah, that makes sense. That's in a lot of mods. Realistically, for me, like I said, if they were not all together, I would not think anything of them. Because it would just be like, well, you know, they're just naturally similar ideas, right? It's the combo. And like I've said, it made me also think back and just go, look, well, you can tell where they started development and realizing the types of games that were big games. It's just like, uh-huh, uh-huh, okay. You love on your dog. Because doggos deserve love. Anyway, I mean, I'm not, like, trying to be... I don't know. Just like I said, every now and then when I look at it, I'm just reminded yet again where I'm just left with... I just... It feels blatant. Of all the choices. And I like Minecraft. I like modern Minecraft too. I don't think it's... But I do think there are things that fit and things that don't. And that's really where I end up starting. Anyway, like I said, I'm not specifically trying to like just test fate or anything. I don't know. Was thinking about it again. Yes, let's go find out if there's a scrap sword. Nope. There we go. Alright, I still have a couple of these. I should turn some of these into flooring like there should be, so I can kind of start working on this. And trees are growing. Grow more. Because I definitely am going to need even more wood. I'm going to need more and more. Oh, that one grew as I was watching. But luckily not too much more as far as like building wise. At least hopefully. Ah, fair enough. Hello, Tomas. Oh, it's already started here. It started yesterday, and kitties went crazy. I thought the world was ending. Anyway. Just working. Just thinking. I don't know. Fair enough. Our cats, it's not that they... Like, our cats have legit reasons to be concerned about the fireworks around us. Because, you know, they'll get excited. And it, yeah. Well, because it's in part, at least here, because there's a lot of people who, how do I put this? They like party quite a bit. Right? And, yeah, no. And oftentimes, gotta be, well, like I said, they're very excited. And that can lead to incidents. I'm not saying like it's like evil, bad, or anything, to be clear. It's just legit. They have reasons to be upset or concerned. No idea. It just oftentimes ends with, like, well, not often. It hasn't been that way for a couple of years, but with the way things have been going this year, I would not be surprised if it happens again. But, where in one of the previous years, their aim was bad enough it ended up, like, landing, like going off over our driveway, if you will. But this was a scarier. Anyway, it's the old, you just gotta be careful. The real answer is Floridians just like to drink. That kind of, like, just an exciting mood kind of thing. It's how it goes. It's why some years we end up having a curfew during, like, certain times. Well, yeah, think of neighbors like that. But you also have to be careful because that can also be your whole, yeah. We, we don't do things, like, by halves here. And I'm not, like, to be clear, I'm not, like, complaining or anything. I just... no, they aren't even on the, like I said, they're not even on the property. They're that inebriated. That hasn't happened in a couple years, but because it's just kind of how it goes. Honestly, it's not like it's the worst thing in the world, to be clear. It's just... it can be awkward. Especially once you have, like, animals and stuff, it makes it a lot harder to kind of, go out. Because you're gonna end up worried about them. It's life. Remember, we live kind of in the middle of nowhere. Chickens. Or had chickens. We don't have them now, but we live, like... that's how it is when it's, like, out in the city. Oof. Like I said, there's reasons that, certain things are kept. Anyway. Yeah. You just gotta be careful out there. And, like, definitely don't be on the road past, like, 7 p.m. Maybe 5. Depending on, how excited people are. Noon. In fact, unless you're planning, like, for example, because obviously it's 4th of July, if you're planning to go to what will most likely be a cancelled fireworks show, because it rains. Be clear. It rains, like, every year. That's why we have a lot of shows on the 3rd. Well, partly. It'll end up being the big show. because people want their chance to see fireworks and stuff, but it really and truly typically it is a thing here. It will rain on the 4th. To some extent. Across the state. Like, you at the top of the state, it's gonna rain. You at the bottom of the state, it's gonna rain. In the middle state, it's gonna rain. You don't go out to see them, there's a decent chance it doesn't rain. Will you? Who knows, maybe it'll be clear this year. Despite the fact that this year our evening showers are happening. Yeah. Anyway, it's a thing. It is a thing. I don't expect you guys to get it because, like I said, it is a weird thing. Yeah, see? You don't understand the concept of, well, I was gonna go to the fireworks show even though I don't like fireworks, but it rained. Again. And I knew it was going to. It's not a... And I mean, I think that the most, how do I put it? Why did they make these? I was doing something. I stopped to make these, and now I don't remember why, because I came here and I'm like, oh, wait, what? I don't know. Oh, right, over there. Over there. Anyway. It's just a thing. Neither good nor bad, it just is. Kind of like it'll be where you'll have where it's raining on one half of your house, and it'll be absolutely sunny and beautiful on the other side. Clear blue skies, even. The Florida thing. Hello, Happy Gecko. How are you? Alrighty. There we go. I hope you're having a good day, by the way. I hope you're having a good 4th. whether you celebrate or not. Because it's good to have a good day. Did I actually... No, okay, still have time. I was like, for half a second, I was like, wait. Did I actually sleep or not? Yeah, I get that. He got a lot of that too. People be excited and drinking. Luckily, they're saving clearly for tomorrow. And then the day after that. The day after that, when they have extras. Because they have more than they were planning on. Or it rains. Because like I said, it does, there's a whole... It really does. Oftentimes. Somehow, right wherever you are, you're about to have a fireworks show. Rain. Oh, you got a lot of fireworks. Nice. You got the fireworks. Okay, sorry, I misread that. Very, very cool. That is cool. I'm not like... I suppose I should also specify. I wasn't like complaining. I was just saying that's just how it goes. Very nifty. Just make sure to set them off in a safe location. Preferably make sure you have water nearby. For safety reasons. Of course. Alright. Here we go. Alright, yeah, I'm not completely sure what I was doing. I was like, oh, I need more of these. Then I come back, I'm like, wait, what am I doing? And I have still got no answer. No, very exciting, very exciting. I do hope you actually get to set them all off. And... because that sounds like fun. Sorry, I got distracted again by the, I'm not sure what I was doing. May your weather be clear so that you may set off all your fireworks. But not too dry. So that no fires would happen. Yeah. There we go. I think that'll be like that. And that can be like that. And that is very done. And it also makes this feel a little bit kind of sort of interesting. Maybe I want to do Fair enough, you probably should go sleep. Oh, that's right, that's why it was like that. I forgot. Otherwise it'll do. I'm like, why is this? Especially since tomorrow is big day. Big day. Right? You don't want to sleep. Fair enough. The 4th. Happy Gecko did say that he's planning to shoot off 60 Roman cannons. It's good to be well rested if you're planning to do that, right? I think that's a pretty big. I can understand that as well. Like I understand because they're very pretty. I like them out. But yeah. It can be very difficult to focus if there's too much going on. I get that. I get that. I do. Oh, I realized what happened. Okay. Buna's mostly fine. How do I do on this side? Oh, I just did full block. Yeah. That's probably the smart answer. Not really thinking that through. There. And then obviously this goes here. There. Big fancy room. But yeah, of the cats, he's probably gonna be the most fine. Because he'll just... To be clear, his little crate he tends to like to sleep in if he's upset or scared is full of like all sorts of soft fabric things. Oh, it is Santa, but he can go hide in there if he needs to, and it very much will dampen the sound. The others don't have as many sheets and blankets and pillows and things. Because they don't like them. Like, and to be clear, that is his sure, his bed. It's beans. Like, he'll jump off my bed, or, you know, he's able to be snuggled in comfortable and go sleep in his crate instead. Because it's more nest-like and insulated. Which he likes. So if he's having, like, a real issue, I'll probably just have him be in there. And he'll probably come down and cuddle in if there's an issue. But he was not the one that flipped out the most. And in all honesty, by today, fair enough. Alrighty, go sleep. Sleep is good. Sleep is healthy. But yeah. So does the easy cat fit in a lot of ways deal with, but honestly, I don't think they'll have too much of an issue. Like I said, more fireworks went off today. And they're more kind of chilled today than they were yesterday. They're on edge. But they're not, like, flipping out the way they were the second. So they're slowly just kind of adjusting. Which is really all you can ask for. Yeah, I think I'm going to have this here. Oh, it kind of just looks like it's got this nice little thing on the side as well. Now, here's a question, I guess. Should I add a small little side room into the wall? As I said, this is meant to be an older style home. Yes? Alright. It's not going to be a very big room, because it's not meant to be that kind of room. The idea would be that I'm kind of going with here. Obviously, as you're building your home, you would have the home partially being built out of the area around it, because it's just, the whole thing is you're digging out the stuff, right? And yellow more. Or if I do this and this. And then I can fill the rest in at the top as well. Then the idea would be that this was an extra room. And I'll probably just have it be adjusted. A nice ramp. It's excess though it may be. What I'm thinking is... I'm gonna put a little carpet back there, basically using wool. And you can put a little bed as well, right? And then the idea would be that you have... I mean, it's probably otherwise would be a very full room, but to kind of help mitigate the temperature a little bit. Should have some wool in here, yeah. Honestly, I'm left with... Where did my... I need to look around a little bit, because there's some wool missing. I'm not sure how it went missing, because I don't think I could have had it go. So I don't think I, maybe I turned it back into white wool. But I don't think I did. Put that back in there a second. So I'm gonna probably... you know what? I know where to check. I know where to check. I'm gonna go check for that. I don't need a recycle sheet. I just wanted to kind of... You know, that's one of the things they should have the trader sell. Is dye. That would be nice. I could buy dye from the guy. I could use on my clay and wool, if you will. That would be nice. Ow. That hurt. And that hurt again! I don't know how I lived. I really don't know how I lived. And I have no guarantee it's down here. I just think there's a possibility that I might have dumped. I have purple dye down here, that's for sure. No, nothing down here. A piece of green wool, but that's not what I'm looking for, so... Yeah, but I could take the purple dye. I kind of like the purple. So it's not like you can dye the sheep here. You have to dye the wool. Then you're over there, and you're over there. Did I jump it up here? Yeah. There we go! I knew I had some. Meerkat continues to spew profanities at me. I don't... Because part of why I have so much is I wanted to use it for, one of these tints. I thought, ooh, a luxurious purple tint. Wouldn't that look so good? You know? But, unless things have changed. I guess I should check to see if it's changed. I don't think it has. Yeah. The travesty. Yeah, I'm just turning these into the slabs. I can make more if I need that. And I need a bed, but I don't think I have anything spectacular, so I'm just gonna make one of these. Oh. You know what, we'll use heater. Let me make sure it's not in my inventory. I need to take these out of my inventory. Now they can go back in my inventory. Yes, yes. Alright, so if we come back in behind here, what I could do, put that like that. I could even grab like a little something else as well, and then that's just a nice little area back there. Hidden away. Do I? Because I think I have some. I think I have. Yeah, I have a crude wardrobe. Do I have a nicer wardrobe? Ah, of course not. Why would I have that? Does that cost 3? Costs 4. That's expensive. But it is fancy. Now let's see, the thing that makes it expensive though is the fact that wait. Why can't it go there? I'm gonna put that back afterward, but oh, duh. I do be dumb. It's because it's still. Hopefully, this will be adjusted in the in a future hotfix / update. This does not feel like this is supposed to be like this. I mean, I'll probably put a little light in here as well. You know, I don't think that they would have necessarily wooden floors because, realistically speaking, that does feel a little fancy. I think the idea I'm gonna go with this is that at one point it was carved. Parts of it have kind of been replaced here and there. But overall, the back wall is for the most part still maybe partially connected. Probably add more blocks. Like these. I make this look better like that as well. And then probably just like have it come in through, and it just feels like it is actually connected. They come back in behind. Like basically they dug out the area behind so they could fill, they do work or something. Is the idea. Or that this part is made of the recycled, if you will. After all, taking the bits and pieces and then mixing that together. Feels relatively good. Maybe what I should do... No, I know what I'm going to do. With the other purple slabs that I have here. But it won't be in town because, you know, such things are looked down on. It'll be a traveling, like, fortune teller's tent, not a purple floor. I'll probably try to make blue dye for the walls, white, so I try I can. And then have the walls be made of blue, like, carpet and stuff. Or the blue tent. If I remember, I might not remember, but I think that would be a very, and then basically have, let me see, where would I want to put it? I think I would want to, because I think I would want to have it be not, yeah, I would still probably fit in this little map. Because we have this area over here, right? I haven't done much with. Because it's not really in town, but it is closed off in a similar fashion, just, I think. Or is it just tall? Actually, it might just be tall. But could have like a here actually probably either here or within here somewhere. Maybe have that be something. Although I'm pretty sure it's still just tall. I don't know. Or we could have in here. As I said before, I'd like to have a tavern that's a normal style wooden tavern. That's more cram as many people as possible in kind. And I want the road to go like this and have a bridge probably here. I might want to mark this. We call it bridge. Question mark? I'll just make it white. Because then that way the road would come through, around. This could be where the tavern is, potentially, in here somewhere. Not too far off the beaten road. Then you'd have that as a bridge, then this could go down through here. Although the road would be much more beat up and stuff once you've left the town. Because as I've said, this is meant to still be basically very, I'm like, I actually am at the point where I'm probably just gonna start thinking about that. And start marking down places. I'll make map markers and stuff about where I think I want to put things. And stuff. Because honestly, you know, having this coming back out here, I kind of think I'm gonna want to build like a little wooden, or see, I have that like that, but maybe instead what I'd want to do. Real quick while I'm sitting here. A little door here. I'm gonna come out this way. You come in this door and you go out that door if you're walking that way. Or you go down if you're planning to exit. Or if you're gonna take a nap, there will be beds back here. I think I can fit at least one bed. I probably could fit at least a bed. To some extent. I'll do something here. Back here. Okay, what we'll do here is we'll say boop, 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 and then there. And then even if I had a light, it won't look too bad. And then you can have like 2 tiny beds in there, much like everything else. Again, you can see it's built into as part of is the idea. Lots of secrets here and there. So I need more materials. I'm gonna at least start with doing... or anything else. I want to get rid of blah. the rest of these done. I don't think I'm holding enough right now, but enough. Eh. Because I think, yeah, these still need to be done. I do need a couple more of these to kind of have, like, I'd probably put another one here. The idea really and truly is, and we'll do the same thing on this side. I'll need more. Or I could use this. And then have like one more and it just kind of, I don't know. I just can't decide how I want to handle this. Yeah, it could look like something there. If we do it like... Whatever. Do that there. I am trapped now. Let me just stick this here for now. I can pick that up in a minute, but I know that this can be, yeah. Nah. I know what we'll do. Okay, I know what we'll do. I'll break that a second. I can get back out if I do that. I'll break this one as well. But alright, so do you want to do this? Go, and then we'll do here. See, that's way too tall to just be like, it's like too fancy, too big and fancy with it. I don't like that. So we're gonna bring this down. So I know how. Let's see. I actually think I'm going. I mean, we do this. Or if we put this up here instead. Hello, who is this? How are you? Sorry, I'm trying to think of how I would want this to work. There. That way, unless you specifically look, it's not. Alright, so with that being at that height, what I might do instead. Oh, we already have that bit, so that's fine. If we do this instead, pull that up and do that. I think that kind of works. In fact, what I could do here with how it's right now is I could also have one here that also goes there. That way it kind of looks like it's... And then you can kind of see like all the different pipes and things. But I'm trying to make it feel pipe-like. Oops, wrong button. Maybe instead I should use these. They look a little bit more pipe-like. Like that. And then you can just check one here, because you can see that there. And there, we have some mechanical-iness going on as well. And then the idea would just be, I don't know, mostly hidden, I suppose. By doing this like this, I can just do that. I'll add the fires in. And then there's your heat. It's just like it's pumping heat through the buildings, is the idea. I think it kind of works. I mean, it's not like it's 100% perfect. I just realized that's meant to be like that. I'm like, what? How did I not finish that? Filling that in. I did. And yeah, then basically the idea would be that then these are since I don't really have the ability to kind of have something that looks a little bit more mechanical, that's how that would be. So that's kind of how I want to feel. Is I want to feel like these potentially could be like on the later end of homes. Like when and how it would have been built. And then I probably would do something more industrial-esque with the the really newer houses, the really tiny ones. Because obviously, plus probably those as well, actually, I think about it. That they wouldn't necessarily have something that would be visible in the same way. I'm not gonna bother like actually like going out and like carving it out, but the concept would there be like steam potentially comes from below to heat the house when activated. Which feels more like I'll acknowledge that feels more, steampunk. But, I mean... Or no, I remember what it was. They would have, like, generators using crystals. Magic development. These are still physical. And requiring certain amounts of, like, maintenance and stuff, whereas... Well, it would also require maintenance. It would require far less to use a magic crystal style heating system. And so most folks would rather kind of have that. Fireplaces are still nice, though. And useful. They just aren't the... first choice to homes. Because size-wise, they do take up a lot of space. Not that that would necessarily mean much. That just happened. There. All walls of this one are done, and then the only one left is these two walls. I'll do this one last. For, I think, somewhat obvious reasons. Oh, and the front door here in these. Okay. Yeah, I need more than I have. Go. And I just gotta do this front part here, and then these are all done. That's all done, and then all of these will just need roofs. Honestly, not too bad. Oh, I forgot to, no, I didn't. Probably need, like, 10. Alright. I obviously need these. That should be enough. And I know I don't have enough, mind you, by like any stretch of the imagination of the roof blocks. But as I've said, it's just the start. It's the way to start it. Okay. What I really could use are these are the there. So they're all filled in now. Alright. The way to get up is going to be going back, behind, up, and up. I don't want to close that off on this side for a moment. Alright. Yeah, I could. Especially if I'm going to add a ceiling anyway. I think this would look nicer. Alright. Yeah, we can make it up. Mm-hmm. I think that'll do nicely to kind of just have... Ow. That kind of hurt. And like I said, I do plan to also eventually have enough, in fact, I should probably go grab some of it. The camellia wood. I did grow more that were for actually cutting down. Not the ones I've done decorationally. Those are not moving. Well, maybe I should pick a different spot, like, for a while. Grow them, that way I'm not, like, I don't know, grow them. I don't know where I would grow them. I mean, the real answer to what I would probably do, or should do, is obviously we have the field back here, and just, like, use some of the space to grow camellia trees. The amount you could fit in here, I could put so many, but I don't really want to. Same time I do. And I do need way more. For inside town building. Because that is what I'm using. Alright, but a couple trees should be grown and I could just replant. I'll put something small up here. Maybe what I should do to try again at some point, I really maybe should bring it forward again and it'd be just on the road and I'd have to just kind of like move it off. I don't know. Let me grab the wood. You tell which ones are intentional versus not. The intentional one isn't sitting in the road. Alright. What was this trying to grow? Just to be sure. I think that's a good spot. Do I have enough room? I may not have enough room. Not that it really matters. The wolf spawned? Where's it spawned? Oh, there it is. Yeah. Where did you even spawn? Oops. Alright, so the other guy must have spawned back there as well. Yeah. That's fine. Yeah, I'm out of room. What do I do? I guess... I know I want dirt to go here. Or grass to go here. I might change this later, but this works for me right now. Alright. You know what? We have the chest over here. Yeah, you're below. I don't worry about you. I want to hope the wolves do respawn below. They don't. I'm in trouble. You know, I could check this in there. Go get more materials. I don't need a whole bunch of sticks and things and stuff enough, things and all that, but let's see. Let's start by removing all of these. And then looking at this and deciding where was the... I think it was here. Actually, probably here. The way it's regrowing. Yeah, yeah. I appreciate when it's pretty clear it wasn't here. Alright. I have more than enough wood now. I have so much. Alright, I need to go turn a lot of these into stuff. I will say the shading's being a little weird with that one, but it's fine. Alright, I'm gonna need more blocks anyway. For the others. Go do that. What was in here that ended up in here? Dicks. Alright, back up to that, and then again, just make all the rest of those. You. I'll just make 200 of those. But I need a lot. Yeah, well, I live here. You don't. I mean, I guess you live here now, but you don't belong here. Alright. We can kind of do this a little bit here. I'm not gonna have enough. Alright. And I want to light it up and all that. It's fine. Go. Oops. Because obviously it would not show. I'm gonna grab that. Alright, yeah. Space for allowing heat to escape. Yep. Oh, I ran out. I'm like, why is it not going? Alright. Alright. There we go. Alright. Alright, and then the final one. There we go. That looks pretty good. I'm gonna have to put like lighting and stuff on the inside so it'll... But that's already known. I already know I have to do that. And the way we're gonna do this is we're gonna put one here. And then because this one's smaller, it could still go here though. Alright. I just do the same thing on top. After all, I mean, why not? Alright. There. And then do the last one here. I'd love to start working on the house, but alright. Alright. I mean, I could get up and behind as well there, but I do the same thing I did on that side. Oh, that's right, I forgot. I need even more blocks. I'll go get more. And then come back up, because I can get back up from the, that. Ow. Actually, I already had some still. Let's stick those back in there, and then I need... That's right, I was gonna do the other, but I ended up not. And I'm kind of okay with that. We'll do a couple more of these on here. Yeah. Alright. Yeah, well, this is my town. Not your town. Honestly, I do wish there was something that would allow me to just prevent all monster spawns. Ooh, I say it every time. I'm like, this space is being treated as a town specifically. Alright, so if we pop back down here. Alright. We'll do both. All the way up. Just like that. Yeah. Alright, so then that'll work like that, because then that can also basically be like this. Yeah, it feels pretty good. Let's just break back in. You know what? I appreciate that that's like that. To some extent. But, it's getting covered. Alright. Let's do this. I don't think I have enough blocks to completely finish this. I might basically just have enough. Too extra. Oh, it's not really extra, is it? Okay, we're gonna use that a second, and then we're gonna use that to... Alright. What we're gonna do here... Yeah, I don't have enough. I do not have enough. That's fine. I'll have to sleep in a second anyway, and then I'll get more. But both sides will be done. Like I didn't think about doing this. I mean, it kind of looks like it's on purpose. Ooh, I am... No. Waiting the way out. I do. Wrong button. Wrong button. I feel like anybody would ever see it, mind you, but like, I don't know, it's for me. Let me get back down. I have it done in a sec, and then I just gotta do that one and that one. And then I'll add a little bit of landscaping in probably just to kind of give it a little bit of oomph. Maybe a few other things. I do want to grab myself. Chuck that in there. Chuck a couple of those in there. That should be everything. Double check that everything is as it is, should be. Once I get back to the bay. Yeah, I'm going this way because it's in my home. Is this way, Fox? I literally live. I do like that if I get it just right, it just goes up 2. I just fly. Alright, so since I've managed to make it all the way here. Ow. Guy. He's gonna sense me. I can't stop it. Alright, well, we can take a second here and just think. Well, I've got the cedar, because like I want to make a couple more things for decorational purposes. I want to make more panels, I think. Or maybe not. Maybe I should make trapdoors and go around some dirt. That could work. That looks a little bit... I mean, it doesn't look perfect, but it's easier to kind of put plants and things in there. Kitty's awakening. Kitty has a point, probably. Well, not that much of a point. He's napping. Nope, he's not awakening, by the way. He went back to sleep. He's like, eh, never mind. Yeah, it's gonna be like, any second now. Any second now. So, yeah, you know, I think instead of what I was gonna do, since I'm here anyway, what I'll do is I'll make, like, I'll have 6. While I'm here, I need dirt just like quick grab. Yeah. That'll do. And think size-wise this is okay. Yeah. I don't think anything's spotting me. I think I managed to avoid it. Yeah. Anyway. Actually, you know what? I want to do a little something as well. Got 3 dirt here. I mean, I probably have the ability to make more than that, but I do. But what I want to do is I make this in here. I think what I want to do is I want apparently I have some in my backpack, but that's fine because I kind of like that look. It looks a little bit more mulchy. Honestly, I do love how it's kind of coming out with the all the trees because it gives this very wooded almost kind of look to the outside. All right. We do this like so. I think I only need 5 for this, but there we go. And the last one that I grabbed was a mushroom. Got a very weird look to it, but it kind of is interesting. Alright, first things first, let me finish this bit at the top here. And I want to do this one next. Because this one doesn't require as much prep work. Could come all the way around. Like so. I probably need more than this. Clearly not. There. It kind of feels... I mean, all the other ones have been done that way. That's fine. And yeah, I know I do not have enough. Alright. We'll get more. We're gonna make a whole bunch more so I can do... Actually, first things first. I'm gonna get these floors kind of put in. I suppose the question becomes, how do you get up? I don't really want to do anything too crazy, so I guess technically the way up would just be like everywhere else. You just go up, though in this case, up next to the let's see where I missed stuff. So I'm gonna come up here and I'm gonna finish these. There. Cool. And then we'll get a little bit more of that done there as well. How does it feel? Dangerous. I need a few more of those. A few more of those, and then some roofing. Then I probably want to also get some lights. But then once it's done, let's grab the lights and maybe also doors and stuff too. Well, not maybe, definitely doors. But maybe will be the like windows. I don't have the not ready for that. Okay. Let me think. Let me think. Actually, I'm gonna be right back, guys. Just give me a second, okay? I'm back. Sorry. I just needed to do something a second. But I am ready to get things done now. Hold on. Alright. Alright, and then what else do I need real quick? Anyway, oh, it is raining. Probably should grab some lights. Don't want to use the wrong tree logs. I really do need to get more. Grab a couple. I think I have some sitting around as well. But I'm not 100% certain. I have one. It's fine. Alright. I'm sticking them in here and here. I just realized what I forgot to do. Wait a second. That was useful. Alrighty. Alright, we'll just take all that and turn that into hopefully more than enough of these. Before I run out. Honestly, the real problem is that I'm kind of just slowly running out of supplies. These are just going to be turned into these little coupons. Yeah. I mean, I still have 2 full chests of chalk, to be clear. It's not like I'm running out yet. But we are getting close. Right. There. Also, that should fix that. Hello, Beanie Boy. How are you? I hope you're doing well. Just lighten these up. Did I forget to do that one? Oh, I did. Because I didn't have... There we go. I mean, it is a voxel-based game. It does have a lot of differences when playing. But I will say, like, just watching, it does feel very similar. But, like, playing-wise, it does feel different. Apparently, right now, there's a lighting glitch here. Not sure why. You know what? It's fine. We'll figure it out eventually. I mean, yeah, inspired. The irony is, the thing is something I'm kind of left with is like, I feel more like Minecraft soon because they're basically, it's not really the modded version. They're, and this, to be clear over here, has existed since day one. The shade of orange, the trees. They have spiders spawn here more frequently than not. Bouncy mushrooms. Of course, we also have abandoned camps. I still go with, that's the thing. But no, I mean, it overall is much more, I would say, exploration-based than Minecraft is. It's kind of weird because they keep trying to make Minecraft exploration-based, but more than sandbox. But it really... I mean, I don't think this is, like, intentionally highlighting that lack of, But that's what I would say, like, I would use as the bigger comparison between the two more than anything else. Is just... I can explore easier. And I mean, here's the, I've said it. Yeah. I mean, other than the fact it's voxel-based, in a lot of ways, it's very different. To kind of some of its core things, but it feels similar. When you look at it from a distance. A good example is there's like it's like a dozen or so different types of grass you can find throughout. They'll do different things and the like. And you even have where different variants are different. Like you have cold grass and one, but which do look slightly different in different biomes. And not grow on the same dirt. You cannot get cold grass to grow onto any other type of dirt, really. And stuff like that. So it is definitely... There's similarities. But most of the similarities really do just come from they're both voxel-based games. And obviously it is inspired. But like, let's be real. Minecraft isn't planning to add dinos. I would say the more apt comparison would be if you want to compare it to anything is more of a modded Minecraft rather than vanilla. So it definitely does not feel like it would be vanilla. Uh-huh. I just did that to myself. I just did that to myself. But heck, I mean, it doesn't even have a hunger system. So it's definitely not like modern Minecraft. It's just it heals. Alright. But it's not afraid to have things not be square. Or cubic. There's a few Z fighting issues I will acknowledge. Girl. There. Alright, so that'll be... I kind of want to do it like this, so it's really going in. Yeah? Yeah. Looks kind of like it would naturally do that anyway, because it would. And then finally, I gotta do the top of the roof for this one. And I will leave these more like this, so I'm just gonna kind of... Oh. Alright. I'll fix that one in a second. There we go. And then I just need a couple more and this one will be done. And then this section will finally be done. Anyway. Alright, I do need to break these because I forgot mushrooms do that. Well, technically, having some mushrooms throughout here would not be a bad idea. We'll let them grow, and then I'll probably grow and then put in, and then grow and then put in. Or move around, or be like, yeah, I don't want those there. So that's almost done. And then I want to add in a little bit of landscaping, obviously. Oh, and doors. There. I'm gonna put that one there, and I forgot to make one for in here. Yeah. But I do want to put one in here on... Not put it on here. No. So I would keep that lit up there, and then in here... It's not very tall. You know, I have lightwood here. Let's have the lightwood kind of come down. Oh, that's bad fighting. We don't want that. Honestly, those are the things that have the most issues. Doesn't look too bad. It is still cooking though. Yeah, the way we could do this is like that. And then it kind of looks like it was not just to do that, but also like a beam, I guess. Or What I could do is I could have it be like that. Pretty much like everything else. I like having that show though, that's why I don't really want to do something like that. That kind of works. I kind of like that. That feels like it could be. And I could have like something here and something there. Oh good. All good. Light that up. Here, I want one here. I'm gonna need more light than this, I think. I need to put one there. And I'd probably put one in the middle as well. I don't know, maybe I don't. And then I know exactly where to put them here. For when I am getting more. And then once because I finished that one basically, the only building on the bottom that I'll need to do is these. Still a lot. I also need a top as well. But I still haven't done the thing I need to do there as well, which is I need to build an elevator up, basically. Hello, Flippy Butt. It does work. It's starting to feel... I said it before, but it really is... Like, you know, you would have lots of residents and stuff in here. Could have it be hustling and bustling. I just did that. I just did that. I don't even know how I did that. Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't work right now. I really probably should go and update just to see what it looks like now. Not that it really would not change too much, because realistically, the only thing that's changing is down here, and it's just the buildings are actually getting building elements. Alright, those should be. But then the only things that'll be left will be these buildings and these buildings. And then and of course this. But then that's everything that goes inside. things that I definitely am gonna need sometime soon. I'm having issues. Ow. That was weird. Things I know I need to do. I need to finish filling this in over here. And potentially throw in another little lakey area behind, I think. That could be good. And then but that's needing of a material I do not currently have. I need to finish this walkway here. I think put something small here. I don't know. Something. And then I need to put the wizard tower either on this one or that one. I am more inclined to do this one over here because I think that would look... Especially once I remove... But this one's bigger and it'd be more... Yeah. It's just that's the tallest point in the whole thing. And that does feel like it would be convenient. It doesn't have to be. And that might also be taller still anyway. I don't know. I still need to think about that on the whole thing. And then I need to finish building all of this up. I think this is where I'm going to have chalk issues. There's a dude down there. He's moving too much. Realistically, I'm not sure why they're spawning more now than they were. They really weren't. Oh yeah, he's actually coming up. Yep, you die. I actually kind of like these positions, so I'm gonna put that one back. Put that one back. Don't think anything grew here. Try again. Bring this back and behind there. Putting this up here. I don't think anything's gonna spawn from that. I'm moving this one, like, right there. I honestly think that's one of the things I was missing. I go get the rest of the roof done. I should also check to make sure I haven't got any sitting anywhere else. I shouldn't. But I know myself way too well to believe that there's nothing having a potential to be lying around somewhere. I don't. I actually don't for once. As I said, realistically, Can't remember how many I needed. Oh, but I do know how many lights I need. Yeah, we'll actually use the driftwood. So I need 2 of these. Alright, so first things first, we're gonna go up top. At some point soon, what I'm gonna need to do is I'm gonna need to go to another island and start hunting down campfires. Because I'm gonna want to put them in all the buildings, you know? Alright, so if we know this is 5 times 3, right? 3? Oh wait, no, never mind. That's 12, 14 more I need. That's fine. Easy enough. But yeah, that's just me mathing the math there. Yeah, I should actually probably... I can. And of course... pop a few eggs. They're mostly healed. One more egg. I didn't even have to eat something fancier. Just gotta crunch down on some eggs. Just waking up the realsies now. I do feel for him because he's gonna be sad and wanting cuddles, and I'm just gonna be mean human who's doing other things instead of cuddling. Nope, never mind. Go back to sleep. I was like, that'd be so mean. He didn't have a cat night. He's just sleepy. And not feeling well. I wasn't kidding earlier when I said he threw up his food. Mostly because he was being a greedy little guy. But you know, he doesn't understand. And he'll be fine. He'll probably be fine. Realistically. I just have to just let him do his thing. Alright. Chew. I think I need hardwood to do those. I don't think I have enough, but I'm gonna make a couple of windows and just see how much I can get done. Because it doesn't look great. I think I'm going to start with just 26 windows. Weird? What do you mean weird? She's not feeling well. Oh, these are greedy guts. Alright, so I'm gonna probably get a couple more windows to put up there and put on those sides. But apparently I need at least one more light. And then I think that's doing some landscaping. And then I think that'll be it for that area. For the day, at least. I obviously am gonna need more, but I don't... Here, I'll get the other 24 that I would have been. Another thing I haven't decided is I almost feel like I'd like to have a little bit of, like... Right. I'm not, like, focusing on trying to get it perfect, because that's not the goal of the day, right? I forgot to make a light. And while I'm sitting here as well, I'm gonna go finish a job I haven't finished. But all honestly, it should be starting to feel very, like you could totally travel through it. Yeah. That's exactly the vibe I kind of went with. Because I didn't want to... I know a holograph there. Someday, the dream is that someday we will have the ability to grow. Our own stuff. I'm not actually working on it, I'm just kind of adding a little bit of... I have more things to do here than actually texture and stuff, but... Alright. Not right now. Yeah, I mean, the idea really is, at least for me, that, like, it feels like, you know, what I want to go for is it feels like it's something you would walk into. And just be like, yeah, that feels right. That's what I would like it to be. Well, I could do a little bit more. I'll soon have the ability to really do this, but I'm not doing it too much right now. Alright, the basic thing I want to do here is this. Which means I also need another door. That's fine. I'll probably make the door and do all that. There we go. Should be enough for a door. Alright, so what else do I need real quick? For decorating, I need a few more regular small sharp grass. I need a few tall grass. I am gonna need more short grass. I should have enough bushes. That should be okay. And then flower-wise, let's add a few of these. I'll do this in size order. And then bushes on the other end. Not perfect. Alright, I do want to put one there, and I kind of want to put one like, back and behind there. If I'm going from this angle, basically, I want it to kind of peek through. It's not just what I'm focusing on, mind you. I just kind of wanted to... Alright, and then we want to pull forward here. I'm gonna put one there. And there. There. I like the idea of just having a little bit of this action here. Oh, oops, I did that. And then having one of these in here. I want to feel relatively... Let's see, where would these go? Because I don't think there'd be too many flowers. But this could go here, and then this one could go... Because the idea is going to be that as you're walking through, you just got pops of color here and there. And then we'll put one here. Cannot forget bushes. Bush go here. Bush go here. Bush go here. Bush goes here. In here, and we'll put a tall grass there, and a not so tall grass there. I don't want to make it look like it becomes a little bit more. Because obviously back and behind, the idea is that you're not necessarily trying to go back there, so as a general rule, I'd like that to kind of feel like it's more... I'll probably go in and make some moss and do that as well, or do some of this. If I remember. So here, I kind of want to just... go in here, chuck a few of these in. Because in all honesty, it's to give a little texture just to this area that really doesn't have any. I mean, it does have some texture, but as a general rule, I'd say if we're kind of trying to make it feel more natural, having the few tufts here and there really do help. I might want to add in some dirt. We want a few of these here and there. I do not want them in front of doors, or where someone might walk. But, like for example, that. You're either gonna go here to get across, or you're gonna go around. So in all likelihood, that would have potentially been paragraphs. And again, because the road is just like that, you more likely walk here. We'll have a few spots here. And then I'll add like one here and here. Here. And then from this angle, it's like that. But it still looks good. Alright. But then all that, I might go in and do a little bit of adjustment on the path thing to kind of just show where path, like where you would walk. I have the ability to. I need to go sleep first, though. And then I think I'm going to get a place to kind of be. Like I said, because it's mostly done. It just needs... And it does really help to kind of have, even from back here, that grass. Keep things from just blending. Because they blend a lot more. I just did that. I just did that. I know I'm risking bad guys, but it's fine. I need food. I don't know, I'll come back for this stuff in a minute. I am getting close to finishing, buddy. I am at the end. I promise. He doesn't care. He's off to see if he has any food. Goose. I am finishing though. I mean, that's the thing. I have like... Alright, I need more vegetable skewers. Alright. I'll just chuck this in here for now. Hope that there's no skellies. And I am finishing, I promise. I'm just at this point getting some food. I need food. I guess let my water for garden get rained on. I promise, buddy, I'm just collecting some food. And then I have a few things to finish. Don't walk on my... Alright. Did anything end up in here? I kiss you guys. Honey. I can't see. Must you be like this? And yes, I know the answer is yes. I don't really. Honey. Honey. Yeah, for now, we're just gonna... Yes, I see you. Honey, you're making this harder. I have like 2 things left to do. Hey, do. Hey, do. As I said, though, I really don't have that much left to do. He's making it more difficult on himself. So I need to put the door in. I was gonna make dirt, wasn't I? I mean, yeah. Now he's gonna do it again. Okay. I have pet the cat. And now he has come right back in front of me again. Seeing that he has succeeded in something. Alright, what I did is like... I'm just gonna do 20. Neat, stop trying to sit on things. It's gonna be how you're gonna end up basically having nothing. What? Would that change anything? There, so that'll all be like that now. Another said, I think just... Because realistically, even if you live in this one, you probably go there. Whereas here, I think what I'm gonna say is... Here, here, and then... here. Because then that way... this, you just kind of have something already here. I'm gonna kind of do with this one. Because I'm just literally kind of gonna have that like that. And then like one here. Yeah. So that way it's like, yeah, yes, you're walking into your house. You know what? We can put like one here as well. And put them. see anything, kitty. Let me see, and it'll be done faster. As I said, I think, though, with this would just kind of be... Oh, no. Yep. No. One of these. Open. And put one here as well. Because basically, you know, you walk in like that, or you're going... And that's only if you basically walked, like, around. I actually... am I out? Yeah, I'm out. Oh. It's fine. And then, of course, like I said, you just kind of have, like... I mean, that's like more, like, focusing. I just kind of on that. Actually, no. I want to be the tall grass here. Because that looks better there. Alright. That... You know, we'll just leave it like that. Shouldn't be half bad. There you go. What do you think? As I said, I really didn't have that much left. My kitty was just not feeling the... I really do hope just learning glitch updates and fixes and stuff, because it really doesn't... I'm not sure why. Unless it's because the light is there. I suppose the way to find out would be to... Let's say we remove this. Does this all become smooth? No. There is something up. The blocks do just look odd. Nobody probably fixed it like a hot fix or something. So it looks like it's just like, I'm gonna guess. I mean, I can't really see it on this one. But if I had to guess what it is basically, it looks like basically it's a lighting glitch on one side. Although this side is fine, it glows just, it has it all fine. Though I haven't updated it and I don't want to update those blocks, just in case. Hmm? No, it just happened. Honey, get down! Get! Get off the printer. Sorry. Well, yeah, it is time. I was finishing. As I said, I'm basically done. He's the one making this take longer. I said that, but it doesn't mean that's what that is. He just knows how to. Frankly speaking, it's just a piece of computer he's not supposed to be on. And I just said the first thing that came to mind. That really was about it. And it had to be a word that I could enunciate easily, because otherwise he will ignore. And he obeyed, he came here. But basically the real answer is he was in a place he's not supposed to be. That was my first thought. Your word. And you can tell that he has decided to sit on the jump button. To prove he's a good boy for being a little naughty. Anyway, I do need to finish. I just kind of want to make sure I was happy. Especially since he's being a slightly, beast. Beast. And yet, we'll call you Beast. What are you doing, Beast? What are you doing? What are you doing? You little fiend. Honey, what are you doing? Like, I can't see the finisher. I'm waiting for him to calm down at this point. Because, well, he's moved away now, but he's gonna do something. I'm just waiting for him to calm down enough that I can start thinking about doing. No, that's not what I said, honey. Filling the can of Altoids. Mints. The can of mints. Yeah, well, it's more about my cough. Most of my cough has been coming from just being. It's kind of helped quite a bit. I'm just grabbing one and going mint. Because a part of it is just the way my brain works. Punch. Ouch. You know what? Before I finish real quick, I want, because like I said, I want him to really not, like, kind of be paying attention. I actually want to look at something on this side. I wanted to see... Yeah, this is a little area in here that's kind of not really surrounded in the same way as over there, but it has some surrounding feeling to it. Sorry, I'm trying to, like, how this would be. I'm apologizing, but I am. Because I just, like, looking at the map, I could not tell what's what. But this is a little area that's kind of off to the side, so what I could do is have, like, a little, kind of, like, circus area or whatever. Obvious, well, maybe it's not obvious, but the road doesn't go through here, so it would be, like, a divert. Yeah, see on the map, I could not tell what is where. So I couldn't tell was this up or down. Obviously, it is up here. Hello, Knight. Yeah, if I hadn't basically just been distracted by student, I would have been done. See, this is another good place to kind of put something. It actually is like that. So... potentially have it over there. It would not be safe. Anyway, because I'm getting pretty close to starting to finish tonight, I'm kind of starting to think about where things are going to go. Outward. Because at this point now, just to explain, like, what I'm doing here. Because while it's still a lot of building, I will probably be able to finish within, like, 2 or 3 streams, everything other than the manor. I think the manor will probably take the longest, but... And obviously I gotta do interior as well, but... I finished all of these buildings today. Other than the windows. I'm gonna have to... But that's gonna come with the, cutting down trees. Yeah. You can see these buildings are now built. I did add a little extra room to this one on the side here. Because the idea is meant to be that they carved out, like, homes and stuff. So this would be made of the rubble, and then you still have, like, obviously pieces of where it was connected back here. But cut away to kind of have an easier access to the... But as you can see, these are overall all kind of done. I've added mushrooms in here. I'm gonna probably remove a couple of them because I'm just letting them grow and then... But I thought that kind of fits the vibe. Huh? Well, the idea is meant to be that this was kind of just like a really weird shape here. If you will. And thus, it wasn't exactly... Yeah. And then, effectively, it was cut away a little bit, just so that it's like, instead of having just, like, holes and things, you would have a more... able to have a stable, like, fireplace. Obviously, this is a nicer house, but it can have a larger family as well. Well, yeah. I mean, that's just it. Well, it's not that they're using this, so it is that they, as they dug out, they would cut away pieces and stuff. Is the idea. Part of how to tell like how old a building is as well is like the type of materials. You can see the bottom here is chipped. Like the pieces are chipped away and put that back together to make a wall. Whereas these are much smoother and cleaner, right? These walls are using old houses, if you will, to just reuse. Nah. Not in here. The oldest house is meant to be... the one that's back here. There's no wolves because there were wolves spawning earlier. I suppose technically down here, these guys probably live in the oldest. Not too much. Most of the trees would be grown. And well, it's got smoother pieces. That's because it's been renovated more recently, is the idea. So you can see where wood is being used. It is being used for structural beams and the like. And this has been cleaned up at this point, but the idea is meant to be this is a much older building. Actually, it's probably just been smoothed, literally. Rather than, like, having it cut away and stuff, just like footage. To some extent. But most likely I guess the place that would most likely be the definite would be here. Once I've actually built it, because the idea is going to be that, obviously I have to finish it and all that. It's just been dug out. But, the idea would be that quite literally cut it into the side of a building, or a wall. Eventually the walls are kind of just cut away, right? More. To hold more buildings. Even the map kind of would show, which is here. But basically, the idea is just kind of more like, when I was saying, like, I mean, like, literally just kind of sanded down. And potentially given a small coat. You can see here where, as it's been cut away and all that as well. But it's still kind of connected in. See how snug it is. The houses back here, which will be large houses, as I've said, are the closest to kind of being cleaned up, basically, around. Would be also the concept. Because they're the... other than the manor, will be the nicest buildings, as in, like, time period and wise and stuff as well. Yeah. Whereas in more recent years, as I said, taking the materials of older buildings and stuff and repurposing them also. It's different things. Because the chipped away bits, they still have a use, right? Would be the idea. Yep. You want to reuse, especially the stone. No, that's true. But the fact is, the idea is meant to be there wasn't a whole lot of wood or trees down below. There will be trees I'll put up here. But that it was quite literally a quarry. If you look at it. I need to go sleep anyway. I'll kind of put into the map to kind of just point that out. That originally it just literally would have been, for the most part, stone. Maybe you have a few trees, but not enough to build buildings in that way. I guess technically that would mean that that building over there would maybe be the oldest. But it's not actually within the valley. The oldest one within the valley would still be the doctors. But the idea is that the trees were added later. Not necessarily. That would more be a more recent mine. Searching for more materials. The oldest building would be this one. In that case. Because... although it would be newer. Because I'm not in this. Like I've said before, the entire concept is meant to be safety. The equivalent of the end of the world happened, is the idea here. It may be fantasy, but it's still got that kind of element to it. Places come and pop up afterward, such as this one, eventually. Basically. I mean, I'm not living in the woods, but yeah. And you can see where it would be like things have been replaced over the years with the idea. So the building itself is probably not that old, like most of the planks and things, but the frame would be old. And it would have been turned into a gatehouse, basically. Yeah. As you can see, digging through, searching. And like I said, the bad things happen. Living down here. Eventually, a spread out. Would be viewed as a sacred place. So therefore, that's why the church was built on top of it. And becomes used as the quarters. But conceptually, the idea is the town itself, you don't want to leave. But the dirt, they've dug until they've had dirt. There's wolves there. It's fine. Get up a tree. Yeah, you can't get me, but I can get you. Where did you go? No. I used that. Alright, where's your friend? Over there. Actually, you know what? That's better to just kind of attack the guy over there. Where's my... Well, over time, sure, that as well, but... Apparently this guy killed the bunny. I'm not completely against that. The bunny's been a nuisance. It's not like it was a, beloved bunny, to be clear. It's just running in and out of buildings. But the idea is that more the like, just working, grinding... No, not the bunnies. What did it kill? Maybe there was a... I don't remember what was over there. Not a fox. I don't know. But I've got no idea. But as I was saying, the idea is more along the lines of just... And by the way, those trees are not, like, there for aesthetic reasons yet. Those are... I still need to cut down these. So these are here. But, the idea is just... It's been long enough things have started, you know, running again. You have people traveling by cart and da-da-da-da-da, right? Places like this are considered bastions of safety by their nature. I mean, you could say I've marked... I think this would be where a bridge would go, because then you could have the road a lot more beaten down out here. It wouldn't be as nice. Yeah, civilization has started getting back up and running. Potential circus, but obviously dangerous place to go over here. As time has gone on. The, this house obviously being one of the many, like, just newer places that you'll find along the way. But effectively, the idea would be you either choose living in a settlement slash, yeah, just like a settlement, and following their rules, or you can live out in the wilds, and you're basically risking, like, monsters and stuff, but you are not, basically having to follow the rules and stuff. Yeah, like most of human history. Exactly. An example here would be, depending on how much space... Basically, well, yeah, but, like, a good example would be, as I said, they ran out of space, so they started cutting back on homes, and then someone who might have had a home that was a larger home basically gets forced into a smaller home because it's for the overall. Whereas, and if you have a larger house, it's because you're contributing. Here would be a good example. These guys would most likely be effectively providing warriors, that kind of thing, right? Thus living here. Like I said, over time, basically, it's the whole idea of you're making your choices here. You're rewarded with safety. That is your payment. But even the Lord himself here, the noble or whatever, the head of town, isn't just living in a big fancy house, even though obviously I've only left this here. Lives in part of the house, but part of the house will also be used for other things, meetings, the whole nine yards. Thus, no one truly, because again, it's that whole, you're still paying back. You're not allowed to just have big. It sounds better, yeah, which is why you would go out and live in the wilds. You can make it safe yourself, eventually. Knowing what you're doing and all that, right? And again, like I said, we have a market, right? It's that whole, the confidence of, well, these walls will keep us safe. You don't need extra walls to fill in more space. And beyond that, realistically speaking, you really can't. You have swamps here and here. Preventing, and here. Preventing building out there as well. Here we have dangerous monster settlement right here. You might be able to deal with somewhat, but... And then beyond that, it's got its own issues, basically. Plus, the amount of space you would have is not very much anyway. The only places you could really, like, have any building out would be maybe here. And here. And a little bit here, but not really. Because again, you have another swamp here. And here. In reality, part of what keeps it so safe, like with swamps and the like, right, would also be what prevents them from building outward. It's safe. Well, that's going to be built on. Remember? We're going to have a farm on this one. This is the army barracks and stuff. This is the magic tower. Or this is the magic tower. I haven't decided which. There's going to be something here as well, and something here. But in reality, it's more about still things like siege farm, so on and so forth. It must have been a chicken that got eaten or lamb. Yes. Well, you can't do that height stuff. Realistically, anything that is surrounding it is pretty high up. You aren't getting horses up there. There's gonna be ways up and down, basically, but overall, you would just be... Honey? Up a creek. Honey? Yeah, stop. Stop. Honey? But that's more where it's kind of is it's just quite literally... Nope, it is mostly just a big hole. And that's kind of the idea. The big natural walls protect. Most places are pretty safe from, like, things coming in because you have swamps and the like on the outside. Helping to prevent some of that with water and stuff. It's quite literally a big hole. Quarry. Or rather, what would have potentially become one. If not, yeah. The idea would be, for example, this individual here, they would be, because they're so close, they can just trade goods as well. Like some of the nicer things, if they grow them, and they will. For a little extra safety, the patrol that's already going through, being able to take a check and look around for them, potentially shoot out arrows or warning. And obviously this would be the interphone, that's the... As I said, you don't get a lot of choices on the inside, you get your choices once you leave. I might. Whereas, like I said, my house is kind of way out there in its own way. By foot. Yeah, technically it's right along the wall. But... it's not really that safe. Because it's not that along the wall, it's actually a bit away. But basically, no interference. I can do what I want. Would be the thought process. Having to do things like high fences and walls and the like. Protect my animals. Yep, but I'm not a bird. And thus it is considered outside. In fact, the road basically would come out, comes through here, and would either go that way or that way, and then potentially link up. Whereas, you cannot just walk. There's a skelly there. Whatever. And like I said, I'm thinking of potentially having a little bit of a circus back here. But again, part of where they would be is they are not safe. They are not protected, and they are kind of vile. But not like that they're vile. It's just that basically, you know, happy to snug people. They live just outside town. Not all of them vile. But basically, effectively, town rules would exist within the town, or, well, here. So they have to follow the rules of whatever the rules are in here. But once you cross the barrier, well, I mean, obviously you have some. You're good. I want to have a weapon or two, or five. Especially once you're traveling out and about. Like I said, this is mostly considered a lower level threat kind of thing, which is why they're allowed to continue to exist here semi-permanently. But basically they use the flashing colors and everything to distract. Although I suppose technically it'd be overall, it depends on who you like, what group is here when you come here. It would be set up as a permanent fixture, but that the group that could be here the thing that could be being done here could be different, depending. More of a temporary camp than anything, but effectively oftentimes used for entertainment purposes, which is why I'm calling it a circus. I'm trying to figure out how to explain it. Well, it's not here. It's more like back there or here. They would be traveling a bit of a ways. That's what it was. It was back here. You travel back here effectively. Not up. It's just easier to do it from up when you're looking. To come back to this area back here, that's what it was. And then that would be a... But it can allow for a wide variety of things because it's far enough outside the town. But basically there's layers to the rules, if you will. Within the town, it's strict. Effectively things like... Everyone is expected to carry at least a knife with them at all times, if not a sword or something else. After all, monster outbreak can happen anywhere. Whereas if you're outside of town, but you're like by it, you don't necessarily have to be carrying things around like that. But if you want them to continue helping you, you kind of better should, yeah. Whereas, like, I could be carrying whatever the heck I want. I could be having whatever the heck I want. I could have 6 potions on me, whereas, like, let's say, like, if someone's here, right, by the wall, it would be, maybe you have, like, 2 or 3, and on the inside, you're not carrying potions around. That's, handled by the doctors or the mages. Again, you don't necessarily want to live within the town, but there's people who would because they want to be safe, and this is considered safe, right? This is the safest place one can think of. Not just this one, but many other places. It's also, for those who are traveling, it's a good place to go to the market. Mind you, you have to follow every single rule and guideline, but you can make more money than, say, any other way you'd be traveling. Put on a small act, whatever. Yeah, convenience is also true. Part of why you're willing to not have to or not, part of why you're willing to not carry potions around is because 9 times out of 10 you don't need one. There's those that are going to be protecting, like the town guard or the adventurers or what have you. Whereas if you're outside, yeah, you're far more likely to be like, ah, crap. Surrounded by wolves or skeletons or whatever. Or bandits. Yep. But that's more where it would kind of be. You have it being strict because that's what's expected. Whereas if you want to live a more dangerous but freer life, you live outside towns and fashion. And depending on where you are, you quite literally may just like I've said before, there's going to be an inn all the way over here, right? I want to put it here because it's by the bridge. It'll have like walls and things around it along much like this as well. This is going to be a farm again, but this farm will be very different from this farm, whereas this farm gets to have like that leisurely look around it and all that. This one will have walls that are pretty high and dangerous, and you'd have where not all the crops are like growing and all that, right? Because this is not protected by the city, even if it's also a farm out in the lot here. I might make one over here. Or it would be something like but down in like one of these areas. Probably down here. Because in reality, there's really nowhere to travel or anything with the dock in that way. Most of the rivers are kind of skinny. Or not rivers, they're just like a small kind of lake. Which is why a bridge would be better. Well, yeah, there'll be a dock, probably down here. As I said, there'd be a bridge, and this would be this. I'd probably have one, like, over this way, that you would have the tavern travels to and from. Catching the fish in the lake. Or, you know, the farm as well. I think this one might. I can't remember. Give me a second. Yeah, got it right. Yeah, that one does over there. From the sandbar over here. Not here, but you know. If I get close enough, you can see. It keeps going. It does, I believe, go to the ocean. But again, it's pretty far out. Not really nearby. It'd be smarter to just have like a random spot. Ow. But yeah, I tend to use this for... I think it has a skeleton here. But I can deal with the skeleton. And it might be below, actually. I think it might be, yeah, actually. It's down there. I might have covered his spawn spot. But like you can see, this is the farm. As I said, this is where I'd like the tavern to go. Picky! Picky, 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 picky. Here. And this is the lake river that's just basically a lake. Really, you don't even need much of a bridge. But it'd be good to have something. And this is better over there. You know, you go up and over. If I run this way, because I'm just kind of trying to show. I mean, it was, I think, a cow. I'm just gonna sleep over here in a second, probably, but I'm just trying to... It's not that far away. I think... Never mind. Yeah, that doesn't go anywhere. I can never remember what's where. You can see, technically there's a river, but it doesn't really go anywhere. Oh. Cancel. That guy spawned. I heard him spawn. Honestly, dude. Anything good? No. Eh. That's a wolf. I don't need to deal with that. You can kind of see most of the water in my world is kind of not flowing. Nah, I gotta go back. I have realized the flaw in my plan. It's not that far though. Oh yeah. But basically, oh sheepy. Oh cow. I don't want to do anything too huge because, like I said, but I like the idea of kind of having some things like a little farm here. That having a tavern. But that guy's. I was like, there's a cow here. Yeah. Buildings nearby wouldn't be too big because, realistically speaking, it's not gonna fit. The whole point is that there's not. I mean, well, people are like, now starting to kind of exist outside of. I mean, not really? What do you mean by that? The cave system? I mean, not recently. I haven't had a reason to. I don't think this one can reset. Oh, it did. See? I can see that looks like that. I went far enough away to make this. But effectively, building-wise, I just need to do these 9 buildings, rather. These 9 buildings, this building, and then, like, a building or 2 in here. It looks like a lot, but it's really not. No, not yet. There, let me see if in let me see. 1 second. 1 second. Yeah. I'm thinking of ending. I was just looking. Let's just see here. Give me a second. I just gotta check. It'll be fast. Oh no, I was gonna rate. If I rate someone, I'm rating someone who's Hytale. Right. That's. But I feel like I kind of should. But if you know what, it's fine. Just give me the name. It doesn't look like there's anyone really going right now. Okay. Just give me the name tonight. There's like 2 other people, but it looks like they're probably getting close to the end of their streams as well. Just give me someone. I need a rush. Because otherwise they'll raid me and then I'll feel like I have to. Come on, Nate. Okay. And also I'm just gonna quickly. Ba, 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 ba. Ba, 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 ba. All right. That's fine. Anyway, I hope you guys have a wonderful day slash night slash whatever it is for you. Thank you for popping in. Thank you for sticking around. I hope to see you on Monday for I'm not sure what, but I do hope you have a wonderful weekend, and I hope you have a wonderful 4th of July, whether you are an American or not, because it's always good to have a good day. So, yeah. Bye-bye! Wait, I stop.